Alright, everything should be working. Good evening, everybody. I thought about it last night and thought about it today, and I have decided that we're going to run the oil cans. And this is built the prototypical way. This was according to the video that I think most of you have seen on YouTube. This one, I'll give you the stats here. So this is the train that I just built up because I'm having issues with external builder or whatever it's called. The configuration is 5x6x3, and we have 125 loads, and as you can see here, 14,991 tons and 2.8 HPT, which means these engines are going to hate life. This is according to the other mic on the depot had sat down and figured it up according to Union Pacific's rules, and this is what we're going to run. So I will tell you, I've run this train before, and it's not the end of the world, but it is fairly difficult. You have to take some things in consideration, like I talked about last night. So let's go ahead and get this thing running. Go ahead and do all this good stuff here. Throw the headlight on. And make sure the brakes are on. There are some things that you kind of have to do with these particular locomotives. For whatever reason, Run 8 likes to, when you deal with these units and you've got mid units in the middle, sometimes you have to knock the fence down, so I'm going to have to do an MU test just to make sure that we've got everything working here. I'm going to go ahead and... Okay, those are working. These are not. Okay, now they are. There we go. Alright. I had to make sure that the fence wasn't down because for whatever reason Run 8 puts a fence up on these. I had to ask Christy what was going on, and he said that was sort of the issue. So we've got communication between all the units now. And as you can see, this is a big old train. They're all loaded. This is 15,000 tons of fun. So we'll get in here in the seat and get everything situated. Go ahead and turn the ground lights on. It's afternoon here in Bakersfield. And there's an oil can train that's headed out in front of us. I'm going to delete this Roseville train here so that way we don't have to wait. That was that one. And I'm going to put the reverser into forward and give Mr. Otto a buzz. Give him a requested signal, and I need to get over here so I can see it. Alright, we got a green. These are kind of a pain. This is why I don't usually run the why am I getting 0 on the The EOT. I did tell it I wanted an EOT, right? Okay. For whatever reason, it's not registering PSI, but that's alright. I don't need it. Okay. Let's take that off, put that on, just so I can keep an eye on my track speeds. Get this situated here. We got our green, and we are lined over to crossover. So, right, brakes are off. One notch up. And ease off on the brakes. So I can make sure that all the brakes have released. Looks like they have. A little bit of an uphill, so this could be somewhat tricky. We'll be there in about, if I manage to run this the whole way, I think it takes to Bakersfield, well, I'm sorry, not Bakersfield, to Barstow takes something like 2.5, 3 hours. And then go over the Alhambra, it takes another 2 hours, so it'd be 4 hours total. And I don't know if I'm gonna make it that far. I'm waiting on a text message. I might have to cut out of here. We'll see how far it goes. The biggest thing is I want to show you. I was thinking about it last night. I can't remember if it's Caliente or if it's over here on Bealville, but somewhere, one of these two places is where this train likes to get funky, and yeah, weird things will happen. I mean, I could do this right here if I really wanted to. I mean, you could technically run it like this. You see that jittering that it does? That's being caused by the, what do you want to call it? The C6 multiplier. So if I go in here and I turn that off, yeah, it goes away. If I turn it on, it jitters. But this is a mix. I actually built this one just a little bit differently. I've got I put a few more tunnel motors in here, so I've got what have I got? 1, 2, 3, yeah, 3 on the head, and then 2 40s, and then it's a mix in the middle. If I do this right here, you can see it as we go by. So there's 70 units between the first two consists, and then there's, what do we got, 77 to 120. There's about 50 in between those, the next two. There's our second consist. I got a couple of tunnel motors, and then there's 2 more SD40s in there, and then back here it is mostly SD40s. Big old train. Heavy enough that I can use the brakes without having to worry about dynamics. It's got enough weight on it. I don't even remember what the TOV on this thing is. They're all working. Should have disabled defects, so it's going to be interesting to see if I get tagged by the defect detector. But this is why I don't want to run dynamics, because this train is, I forget how many feet it is. 6,000 feet. To answer your question, I have done it like that in the past. Like if I'm doing switching, this is a unit train, so it's all going one spot. This is bound for Long Beach. I know one of the videos that I did, I was doing, I think it was the Newberry local, and I had cutouts or setouts on either end of the locomotive, and I was just moving them. You get one on one end and you drop them, and then you run around to the other end. You can do it that way. Some people still like to do, they call it the Dutch drop. Run 8's a little finicky whenever you do that because of the way you've got to pull up the menus to do the uncoupling. I like the way that Railroader does it. It's a lot easier to do it. It's the same system, but it's a little bit more fluid than the way Run 8 does it. And I'm waiting for the train to get all situated on this hill. We're actually out of the siding, so we can go on. And I hope you like listening to a 645 and Notch 8, because there's going to be plenty of it. The last time I ran this, I think it was running 18. There's a good section of track where we're running about 18 mile an hour for about 10 or 20 minutes. And as I can hear in my headset, it sounds like I've got a flat spot behind me. Transition. I had a sound pack that I was running that I actually liked better than this one, but every time I used it, inevitably one of the locomotives would get the flat spot, and I could not listen to that thumping sound for hours on end. It drove me up the wall. I ended up having to save the game world, go in, change the sound pack, and then come back in and redo it. This thing up to about 40 or so. I know the terrain up here rolls a little bit. It's been a while since I've run a train over Bakersfield, so this is going to be kind of interesting. Alright. First set. I'll let it drag through the crossover up here. Yeah, it should be going to Long Beach. I've got a tag for BKLB, so that would be taking it to Long Beach. What do you mean, the highway rail issues? No. No, the signals pretty much work all the time. That might be something that they do in the future. I mean, you can simulate it. I mean, they'll still run out in front of you in the game. And I mean, if you want to simulate a collision, you can pop it into emergency, but I usually just ignore it. I'm more apt to get stopped by a defect detector than anything else. Train needs to be getting out of my way. This is going to be, well, one of two things is going to happen. I'll tell you what I'm going to do right now. The other train, the one that I sent last night, this one, we're going to go ahead and delete him. That way he's got no excuse to be slowing down. Goes to slack. This will not go over Cajon Pass. This will be going through the Palmdale cutoff. So we will see Cajon Pass, but we won't be going over. We will, we'll cut off, let me see. Yeah. We'll go straight through here, and then we'll come out down here. But we'll be running parallel to it, but we won't go over it. The UP did that so that way they can sit up on the hill and laugh at all the Santa Fe trains that were coming up the hill, you know, screaming bloody murder. And if you wonder why I got going so slow so far away, it's because this train takes a long time to slow down when it's up to speed. Hippie bus. I guess I should probably pull up the dispatcher.net so I can see how fast that train's going. If he's not going terribly fast, I'm going to get rid of him too. On this line, going over to Tehachapi, let me have to pull it up here. I honestly don't remember. I think it's 160. I'm sorry, it's that's 160 TPA. But for, let's see, get down here. .36 powered axles is the limit, because this is greater than a 1.9. So the head end would have to have less than 36. It depends on the railroad. Every railroad's a little bit different. That's just what UP decided for their trains. They didn't want to have more than 36. Because if I remember right, for the longest time, CSX didn't even run DPUs. And really, Southern was the same way. They didn't start running DPUs until not too terribly long ago. I'm sure it's changed now because they're running. When Hunter Harrison took over, they started running absolute giant trains in Georgia. Like I know one of them was about 10,000 feet long. I can't remember what train numbers they were, but they basically combined two trains together and just sent them as one unit. Because there were a lot of complaints. I can't remember which community it was specifically, but there were a lot of complaints about the train used to be through there in like 30 seconds, and now it was taking like 5 minutes for it to get through. So it had an intersection blocked the whole time that it was passing. And it was like a major thoroughfare. They are, but they'll figure out a way to make it work, because that's how you run cheaper, is you make the trains longer so you don't have to run as many crews. Because I can't speak a whole lot to the way the union rules are, but you know, you get a start, and I mean, it's some of those jobs they pay by the not the number of hours. You know, each job has a set number of hours, and you've got to pay the crew whether it takes them that long or not. So it's usually one of the first things that they start looking at is how can we cut the number of trains down, which in a roundabout way cuts down the amount of crew starts that you have to have in any given month. If you have fewer crews running, you spend less money. And that's what this whole thing with Henrich getting tossed by CSX and them bringing in a guy that was, I mean, his job before was basically mergers and acquisitions. That's going to be the first thing that they're going to do, is they're going to start merging trains together. Then they're going to start looking at the crews, and they're going to be like, well, who can we cut? And they're going to start running lean again. The people are going to get the axe. But see, they don't look at it like that, because they can write off. You can hide track maintenance. You can defer a lot of that stuff. You can defer it quarter to quarter, or however they want to do it. So they can hide a lot of that mess. Payroll is one of those things. It's like you see it every week, and you can track that number very closely. You start reducing your payroll, it shows up. Because I know all about deferred maintenance. Tell you how many times that I've, in various jobs, it wasn't any one in particular, where I've had to go before the higher ups and try and plead the case to say we've got to do this because it hasn't been done in forever, and you know, their mentality is they want to spend the money on it once and then move on to something else. And it's like, no, this is an ongoing thing. And they say, well, if we defer it this year, then we can do it next year. And it's like, okay, sure, you can do that. But I said, my standpoint is we keep kicking this can down the road, and the road never ends. So it's like, we're going to do it next year. We get here next year, and they say, well, we're going to do it the next year. And it's like, the next year never gets here. The crews don't like it either, because now it's all flat switching since they did away with the hump yards. So, I mean, they've got it down a little bit better now because the trains are blocked better when they come in, so it doesn't take quite as much. But, I mean, it's a lot more. You got to plan way ahead before you build a train. I mean, I'll give you an example. We were waiting on cars from CSX because we were transloading for a company that was in downtown Cumberland. And, I mean, we waited. There was one time we were waiting on delivery. The cars were literally in Cumberland. I mean, they had to move a mile to get to our interchange. And they sat in Cumberland Yard for almost 2 weeks. Meanwhile, that guy, he had a warehouse. He's got employees that he's paying, and they're waiting. They show up to work every day, and they either have to sit around in the warehouse or go home. And you know, he's sweating bullets because he's having to meet payroll, and he's got no product to ship, and he's got no work for them to do because the railroad can't get coordinated enough to deliver the cars. And it wasn't just us; there were other places that was happening with. And what was happening was, a train would come in, the crew would law out. When the crew lawed out, the train would block the track that let them get out of the yard, because that was the only place they could put it where they could still run trains around it. So they'd have a train that would sit there, and either they didn't have a crew that they could call in or something like that, and we're just sitting there waiting. And I mean, it was like every day we're calling the yard master saying, where are the cars? The only graphics mod I'm doing is reshade.
SP detector, milepost 318.8 on track 1.
Let's see if the kind defect detector makes me stop. I can show you what it looks like with it off. This is what it looks like without reshade on. This is reshade on. I've done it in the past. I haven't done it lately, where I've just let it run, so that way that the yards will fill back up. But it's been a while.
ST detector, milepost 318.8 on track. 1, no defect.
Hallelujah.
No defect. Total axle 540.37 miles per hour. Temperature 90 degrees.
90 degrees on the edge of the desert. There's some guys that run servers that they let them go 24/7, like they have their friends drop in and out. I've done it. I've thought about running a server, but I've actually thought about building another rig just to have a server, but I just haven't done it. Because you can run this game in server only mode, and it doesn't have so much of a CPU hit. So I don't remember what the specs are on the ones that the depot uses. Yep, there's still a few multiplayer servers around. The Depot's one of them, and I'm trying to think of another regularly run one that's 24/7. Depot is 24/7, but they're way more prototypical. Like, you have to pass an engineer exam, and I think they've got a rules test too, if I'm not mistaken. But their stuff is run pretty much the way I think they're doing modern day now. I don't do all that. I run pretty much whatever I want. That's why I never really joined it, because I don't like being in that box. It's going to be way out of the way before we get there. I don't know. I know that for a while they were using Microsoft Train Simulator, the old Microsoft Train Simulator. And I feel like they have like their own custom thing that's kind of a hybrid of MSTS. I don't know if anybody uses Run 8 specifically. a straight stretch. I want to make sure all these units are running. Make sure all these units are in Notch 8. We're not having DPU comm issues. This train's not terribly long. It's only 6,000 feet. It's just heavy. Alright, they're working. At a blistering 25 miles an hour. So when we get on the actual grade, we're going to be down like 15. There's a few spots where this thing is really bogged down, but it'll go over it. You just have to be very careful because this is on the edge of being legal. And then, of course, once we get over there to Benna, we've got to do the transition down the, I think that's a 2% down. So that one's always fun. put us. We're not terribly far from it. Actually, I think that's it right there. If I'm not mistaken, that's where we turn down and we go around that curve and sweep back to the left, or sweep back to the right. And we are, how long did I say? 6,600 feet long. So I'm going to start counting here. I'm giving myself plenty of wiggle room because this turns down in a hurry. So I've got to have enough time to get it down to idle and start the dynamics. But about as quick as I started on dynamics, I'm going to have to get back out of them. But they're going to respond faster than the brakes are. See right there? That's where it gets fun, because all the weight's getting ready to push on me. I might be able to get through this one without having to go into dynamics. Alright, it's all on the grade now. The only one that I've seen has been Century of Steam, and I want to say that there was another one that I heard of, but I can't remember the name of it, or if it it was that, or it might have been something else completely different. So I will probably never be able to do that again, come down that hill without having to use dynamics. No, and I don't. They haven't got a final date for it. I don't know if it's going to be out this year or not. It sounds like they've still got quite a bit of work to do. Now, let's see if we can pull the slack out without snatching it in two. Didn't even feel it.
ST detector, milepost 328.6.
Yeah, he does a lot of stuff for the lulls. I've watched a couple of his videos. He gets a little too crazy for me. It's a little bit overbearing. That's why I don't habitually watch them. Doesn't mean there's nothing wrong with that. It's just not what I want to watch. Mike keeps trying to go to sleep. "30 miles per hour. However, will I get slowed down?" You mean like the rail driver, the little desktop thing? I don't even think they make those anymore. The ones that are out there are like the old units, and they're still $200 and some. And they're finicky, from what I understand.
328.6. No defect. No defect.
That's
Total
rich.
axle 540.
No, it doesn't.
34 miles per hour.
Spur just got one,
8 degrees.
and his has been real finicky. Like they use these. I can't remember the name of the switches. It's like throttle switches on a HOTAS, or I've got them in my Bravo quadrant. They get a little bit of dirt in them, or dirt's the wrong thing. They put grease in them, and they jitter. So you put it somewhere, and it kind of bounces back and forth. It doesn't sit there and just stay. That's been his big complaint with them. And like I said, most of the ones that are out there, they're old units. I don't think anybody's making new ones anymore. Billy has talked about making a new version of the Rail Driver, but I think he said there was some legal stuff attached to it. I'd have to go back and look through the conversation. It was something that I think he didn't want to get involved with. But that being said, I think he is making a desktop unit. I know he just made the newer generation. It's a little bit more expensive than the SimHogger is, but it looks really good. He's making some stuff for like the 24R brake and the old style drum control stands, the old EMD stands that you'd see in like an old F unit. I thought about getting one, but my thing is the Rail Drivers, I mean, it's just sliding. You kind of have to guess where the notches are. I like the way that Billy did his, where there's an actual tangible click that you feel whenever you go into each notch. And that's what I was used to in real life, because that's how the control stands were set up. Yeah, he's going to do a Steam controller, which I'm really curious to see how that's going to work. Because I know he had talked about doing a brake stand for 8s and 14s, which isn't hard to do. And let me rephrase that. I say it's not hard to do. You've got to do the whole quick charge and lapping and all that mess. Not quite sure how he's going to handle that, but if he's able to do the 24, he's going to be able to do that. It's going to be fairly similar. Alright. Come to set. I gotta be careful on this one. I don't want to pull too much brake while we're going up to a 2%. Yeah, if they set him up right, which it looks like Billy's doing with his. They're just expensive. I mean, you're going to plop down $1,000 for one of his SimHogger units, which I'm not saying it's not worth it, but it's an investment. I mean, there's guys out there on YouTube that have put 6 figures on their cockpit setups for Flight Simulator. There's a guy, I can't remember his name, I think it might be Mike Swan, but I don't remember the exact name of his YouTube channel. He has a full Boeing 737 cockpit in his garage, and I think he said it was over $100,000 is what it cost. But it's like, it's all there. All the buttons, all the lights, everything works. I mean, he dropped a mint on that thing, but he's retired. He lives in Florida, so I don't think he's necessarily hurting for money. Oh yeah, we're starting to get the dark blues in. So it's right up around in here is where the train is going to start getting really, really finicky. So you see how these darker colors are starting to come in. If I'm not careful when we go up on this, we start going up these hills through these S-curves, I have to back off before I get up there, and it's somewhere right along in here. It's not this curve, I think it's the next one. It's like somewhere between Caliente and Beetleville. I can't remember what milepost. I'm going to wait until he figures out a way to mass produce it and he gets everything ironed out where he can make it a little bit cheaper. That's just more money than I want to put into something like that. Yeah, this is reshade. That's what Tehachapi looks like without it. And I'm using Hans's SoCal Fall. So the trees and everything are going to look different, some of the textures. But this is with it on. It's a little bit of an FPS hit. What am I looking at? It's like 46 now. It's 60 if I turn it off, and then it's down to 40 something. I don't really know what else I can take off. Probably take off the bloom. Oops. There's certain places where it bogs down worse than others. It just depends. I think right here we've got a lot of shadows. Yes. The hardware, like all of the face plates and everything, that's all 3D printed. And then he's trying to use like off-the-shelf stuff for everything else. But it's just like, it's like everything else whenever you go to make something. Anytime a supplier has an item where they don't typically carry a lot of it, if it's an item that doesn't move a whole lot, and then all of a sudden they get a big shipment for it, or they get a big order, well then they have to go back and they got to reorder it, and chances are the supplier has gone up on the price. And that's what he ran into. Was, I can't remember which one it was, but he ordered some stuff, and then when he went back to reorder it, the price had gone up, and then I think he had to do an order after the tariffs went into effect, so that put everything else a little bit higher. So yeah. Okay, so right here, this is the spot that I was talking about. So you got let me give you the setup here. So we got this long horseshoe curve right here. So we go around here and we start going up through this little S bend. And if I remember right, it's somewhere about right here where this curve reverses. This train does not like this area at all. So about the time that the engines get up here, I've got to go down to notch 7. And I basically have to ride it until the last car gets through this bend. Because otherwise, this train will bust in half, because this is like a 2% grade over here, I think. You can just barely see the end of the train. It's weird because it's fine down here because the grade isn't quite as steep, but once you get up on that hill, man, it does not like it at all. So somebody told me that it does simulate wet rail to an extent. I don't remember what the modifier is. But it does somewhat simulate slick rail. I'm going to leave this guy up so that way you can see what I'm talking about. It may not do it, but I'm almost positive it will. There's 1%. I'm gonna let myself go over a little bit. Plus or minus 3 is usually a good number. Yeah, where I used to work, we had like, I think I counted 7 or 8 horseshoe curves. It's just where it is. It's right there by that reservoir, and it's a lot more scenic. And to get on the register of national historic places, you've got to get a group of people to submit it, and then you've got to say what the historical significance is, and on and on and on. Anybody can submit it for anything that's anywhere. counting from about right here. So see how that, if you look right there before that first set, like right here, see how that green goes away? It's going over a little bit of like some rolling stuff, and eventually this will start turning like really, really dark. It may not do it because I got a little bit better setup going into it. Slack then. Alright, see how it's bouncing back and forth now? Alright, I'm gonna bounce back off. Because what was gonna happen, I could already see it happening. You saw that green that was starting to go back and forth right here. What was gonna end up happening was all the weight was gonna come down, and it was gonna slam back in, and it was gonna snatch it back apart again. There it comes. We'll ease off a little bit here so it doesn't slam around. Let it get itself situated here. I'm waiting for that green that's right there to get one color and kind of stay that color. That means that the engines are pushing against it and they've got it all, and it looks like it's happened now, so we can go ahead and bump back up again. When a train starts to pogo like that, it's getting ready to do something very bad. Because I actually, as we were getting ready to go around that curve, I could hear the slack run in up. The slack actually ran up against me. And I'm sitting here pulling in notch 8, and I could feel this, I heard the slack hit the back of the engine. I see that dark green starting to creep in there. Just about through. It's got about 10 more cars to go. I'm sorry, I said 10. It had like 2 or 3 more cars. Once that second consist gets into the tunnel, we should be good to go. It looks like it's going into it now, so I think we have dodged the bullet on this one. The reason why this train is kind of on the knife edge of what's legal is because this is pulling all of its tonnage So this is pulling all of the tonnage that it's rated for going over this grade. And this engine right here, this consist that's in the middle, it's taking half of its tonnage is ahead of it and half of it is behind it. So you've got all this trailing tonnage behind the lead units that is actually greater than what it can pull by itself, and you're having to rely on these mid units to keep up. And when you start going through those S curves and the terrain starts to undulate a little bit, the slack wants to keep going back and forth. And I think what has been happening is these units they'll go through a little dip and then they'll start running in on it, and then all of a sudden the slack will push up against the lead units, and then it'll stretch back out once they start going back uphill again. And then you got all this power and it butts up against them, and then the next time that it pulls back, it just breaks. And I'm going to say that we have made it through the worst of it. So let's see. Yeah, this is just... it's a nasty place to come through. So the bad spot's like right there. The rest of these curves are a lot more forgiving. And then, let's see, Tunnel 6, I believe, is right there. Isn't that right? Yeah, that's Cliff. So that's the famous tunnel. I will say that with reshade on, the Mojave does look a lot better. That's one of the things that I really wish that they can deal with in V4, is make the Mojave look a little bit better. I mean, this does well enough. It's not TSW level, but then again, we're not getting lag spikes because of trees. Curious to know what my traction motor temperature is right now too. I think, does it give it to me in stats? It does not. It says they're okay. For some reason, they've got the interior lights. These are supposed to be on like a separate switch. But I just wanted the deck lights on. But for whatever reason, they've got them attached to the interior lights on these units. Let's back it off. One thing I like about this sound pack is, and there's a couple of different ones here. I've got one that's the SD40 sounds, and then I've got one that's air brake sounds. And you can hear the spitters going off every now and then, like that's the unloader you just heard. Every now and then you'll hear the spitters on the air tank blow off. That sounded like an unloader again. And then just the flange squeal stuff in general. That's an unloader. That was a spitter. And then I think this was the one that's got the actual air-powered transition circuits. Which, when we get back up above like 23 or so, you'll hear it. Which, coincidentally, I think the reason why the track speed here is 23 is so that you're not sitting there going in and out of transition. This is like the... Well, it's not this one, it's the next one, isn't it? This one right here. This is like there's a recording of these trains coming through this tunnel right here. Oh, that very tunnel right there. Bar stove. Doesn't look like anything's backed up on Cajon. Nothing's backed up here. And nothing's backed up there. And if I'm not mistaken, this is a train that we sent out yesterday. So we're going to have a meet coming up here in a minute. And hopefully he's going to be all in the siding before we get there so I don't have to stop. Started in yet. do the shot up here. Let me see if I can see him. Okay, there he is right there. And the signal is, it's right around, yeah. I should be able to get stopped even if I'm watching from here. that is train. Let's see. Auto's got me lying, so we knocked the brakes off. I was slowing down because I knew that train was coming in, and I didn't want to run into him. So this is the train that we kicked out of West Colton yesterday. Another one of our lovely Southern Pacifics with the portable derail on the head end. And I think we're going to have another meet before we get to Barstow. Yeah, we've got this bar pass. That's another train that we kicked out of the yard yesterday. And we're at 344, 350. He's at 361, so he's about 25 miles away. No, he's right at 20 miles away. And we're going 15. Papa Grade is going to be right along in, well, no, Papa Grade's back here. So we will meet them. We're going to meet them on the loops of Tehachapi is what it looks like. That center beam that was behind the locomotives on that consist. My nickname for center beam cars are portable derails. They will sure enough put a train on the ground. It's an auto wreck. What else have we got coming up the pike here? So once we get past that guy, there's really nothing. This is all empty. Nothing coming through Palmdale. Oh, I got a log jam on 9th Street. Deal with this. Yep, that's what I thought. It always happens down in here. Where's the head of this one? Alright, that's coming out of Alameda. Who's going where? Ah, we've got a stair down here. Alright, you're going away. You're pretty much done. That should take care of that. Let's just double check here. Where's this train going? Alright, there's his green. That'll get him underway. And we'll just do another sweep just to make sure I'm not missing anybody. Fresno's moving. Looks like Bakersfield's moving. Modesto and Fresno are going. Oh, we're good to go. Alright. Let's see, Tehachapi, can't quite see it from here. You go around this curve and there's another swing back around here. It's like right, you can just barely see the track right there. So the loop is like right in that area. Get over to Tehachapi, then we got to make it to Cable, which, as I remember yesterday, the crossover at Cable, I actually should probably pull up the map. I think it's 50. It's either 45 or 50. There's a special instruction in the UP manuals that said you have to go through it 5 miles per hour less than what the book says. Mojave. Summit, Cable. Cable does not have a crossover speed limit. The speed limit through that area looks to be, it's still 23. Valiente. Crossover and Summit. Still don't even have the grade coming down off Summit. You're gonna have to pull up the other map. You don't want to have to do that. I'm not gonna worry with it. After Summit Switch, it goes down to a -2 to 2%. Cable. Okay. Every now and then I have to get back in here and refresh my memory. It's been a while since I've run over Bakersfield, from Bakersfield to Barstow. So that's what we're looking at. It's going to be, so we're uphill. It eases off a little bit once we get over Waylong. I'm sorry, down here in Cable. We get through here, it eases off to about a 1%, and we basically go over it until we get to Summit, which is right in here. Then once we get over Summit, then it turns downhill all the way to, what is the name of that place? I think it's Ansel. Downhill to Ansel. which turns downhill 1.2 down, 2.2 at Chaffee, and go past BNSF Junction, Palmdale, and there's no grade mark on Palmdale, so I don't remember. I do know that there is if you're coming from West Colton, there's a downhill going into West Colton. Now, I don't know if we're going to make it all the way to Los Angeles. We're not even halfway there. Of course, once we get on the other side of Summit, I mean, it's literally all downhill from there. We can get up to track speed and we can knock it out fairly quickly. Because right now we're at an hour 47, and we've basically been going for about an hour and a half. And if I remember right, it's about just a little bit over 2 hours to get past Mojave. Let's see. We get to Waylong. We're at 347. We've got 40 more miles to go, and we're going 18 miles per hour. I was going to do a live stream earlier. I was trying to get back into Flight Simulator because Microprose announced this morning they're doing their their B-17. They have another game coming out, the Bloody 100th, which is, if you've ever played the Mighty 8, it's something that's very similar to that, and it's a very much updated version of that. And I don't know, somebody had mentioned it might be a tie-in. I don't know if it's going to be a tie-in or not. They haven't made a release date for the Bloody 100th, but it's probably going to end up being this year. The only thing I didn't like about what they had shown in their YouTube videos was the engine sounds are a little weird. They supposedly recorded them from the B-17 Sentimental Journey. So I know that they're correct, they just don't sound right in the game. And that's the same thing with the Avro Lancaster. The engines on it, they are very bassy. They don't necessarily sound correct. The best engines that I've heard as far as the Merlins are concerned, I think Skunkworks did one for X-Plane 11. That one actually sounds really good. It's got that scream that the Merlins are known for. But I was flying DC-3, just kind of getting back in the groove of flying Warbirds.
S2 detector, milepost 347.0.
Because that comes up, that's going to be releasing next Thursday. And I don't think I'm going to buy it right away. I'm probably going to wait and see what it is. It's coming from Microprose, so I kind of have high expectations for them because they have a lot of attention to detail. But if you've played FSX and if you did anything with Warbirds, you might remember A2A Simulations. They did a B-17, and you could get the Wings of Power, I think it was, the upgrade for it. And that basically modeled a whole lot of other subsystems in it. And that's kind of like the benchmark. But then there's another, Flying Iron Studios, I think, is doing one. They haven't really released a whole lot. I don't know when it's going to be released. But there's I know that there were 2 developers doing B-17s. The one, if Microprose will do a B-17, the one that I think that they should do next is a B-29, because nobody has done a B-29 for Flight Sim yet, and it's not a matter of how big it is, because was it Asobo did the Hercules, the Howard Hughes aircraft, Spruce Goose, whatever you want to call it. So it can be done. I mean, it's a big airplane, but it would be cool to see somebody do one of those justice, because there's only 2 of them left flying. And the B-17s, they're getting lesser and lesser in number because of, unfortunately, mishaps at air shows, either trying to get there or something that happens during the show. So, nice to see them finally getting in game. And C-47s and DC-3s they're starting to get more and fewer and fewer in the air. They either have accidents or the spare parts are becoming unobtainium. So it won't be long before the only way you're able to see them is in simulators. And at some point in the future, it's going to be the same thing for steam locomotives. The only way you're going to be able to see them is in simulators, because it's getting to be too cost prohibitive to run the things. Insurance costs are going up, and then you got to have, if you don't own the track that you're running on, you got to deal with the Class 1s, and the Class 1s don't want the headache, either for insurance, or if you look at what happened with the Royal Hudsons when they went down to Mexico, and the woman unfortunately got killed because wasn't paying attention. Stuff like that's going to happen. And do you really want your name associated with something that could potentially turn sour like that? I mean, everybody's talking about the J right now because the J is running, and the unfortunate side of it is pretty good possibility that once it comes up for its 15 year, it won't run again. They'll park it, and it'll probably sit for another 20 years until they decide what to do with it, because it's expensive. It didn't get all the work that it needed done on this last 15 year, and they've kind of been steadily doing it along as they go, but I mean, it's still going to need some firebox work. It's still going to need some other, not necessarily major repairs, but that stuff's expensive, and the expertise is going away. And then finding shops that can actually handle the work, that's another problem. When we were doing 09, I mean, that was rough. Union Pacific, I know Ed Dickens knows how good he has it right now, because he had a company that was backing him 100%, and they had a very capable machine shop, very capable people that were working in there, and they could go out and they could hire talent and they could pay them well. We didn't have that luxury. And a lot of that stuff, I'm not saying that we did it on the cheap, but I mean, you're talking about stuff that ain't made no more. And I mean, not just the run-of-the-mill stuff.
347.0.
Ah! Really?
Stop the train. Stop the train.
Which one?
Pacific. Actual 366. Total axle.
366.
540. Temperature 8.
My life. Here I was. I just got comfortable in my chair. Now I gotta bloody stop because they're dragging equipment on me. Axle 366. But yeah, oh perfect, I'm going to block this crossing. That's absolutely perfect. But what I was getting at was, it's not the normal stuff that you would think about for steam locomotives. I mean, it's like, that one had 1918B injectors, which are a hybrid between 1918s and 4000s, and you had this intercepting valve, which is some people call it the simpling valve, and it's like drawings for that thing are very hard to come by. And then you've got these bypass valves that are on the front cylinder, and it's like we don't have exact drawings of what they were, and man, and then just trying to find steam bronze. Steam bronze is leaded, and then bearing bronze, and all this stuff. It's just an absolute pain, and that's why they're getting harder and harder to find. You can make as much as you can in shop, but these bigger engines, it gets expensive in a hurry because you got to start farming stuff out. I knew that was going to happen, trying to stop on the hill. Alright, so we got 2 problems to fix now. Which one did I bust? I busted this one, didn't I? So to fix that, part of me was saying just don't stop, just go back there and click it on the fly. And I was like, nah, we'll do it the correct way. Right, so I got to relinquish this. I got to take control of this one, and we're going to fix this coupler here. Go ahead and close that. 366. So that's going to be way back here. And that one should be purple. There it is. Alright, we got to fix some dragging equipment on this thing. Now if I can remember how to do it, there it is. Right. While we're out here, let's just see if there's anything else. Really hoping those mid units were going to be able to keep enough weight off the back end of these engines to keep it from stopping. But it didn't work out that way. We'll relinquish that. Take charge of this one. We'll back her up. And now we get to see if I can start this thing on a hill without killing somebody. Let's go ahead and do that. And let her roll gingerly back into the cut. Hopefully the DPUs don't go crazy. Alright. Let's go through this again, and we'll do the MUs, or breaker that, EOTs, make sure all that stuff's good to go, and listen to all the slack just cut in. And I do have all the independents fully on, don't I? We're gonna let it sit for a minute and make sure that all the slack is happy where it is. And I do have the train released, don't I? Yeah, okay. Train's released. We're just going to let everything sit for a minute. Just going to make sure that we're good. And while that's going on, I'm going to go ahead and test the MUs to make sure they're working. So I'm just going to go into notch 1 while it's in idle, and that's working. So and they went back to neutral, or to idle. So we got that fixed. And I hope that defect detector is happy, because she just gave me such a bad day. Alright, so Well, you missed me getting a defect, having to stop on the hill. As it was coming down to the stop, the lead unit broke away. Because it got to be just a little bit too much. I can't remember what notch I was in. It wasn't pulling particularly hard. I was hoping that the mid units were going to keep the slack off of me, but they didn't. And it snapped. So we're getting ready to start it back up again. If I can get it, I'm going to go into like notch 3. Give the rear units a chance to load up real good. Because I can fence, but I can't see what they're loading. I've kind of got to ease into this to get it rolling. And the only reason I've got the brake up here is I'm watching to see the coupler strain come off. Because I believe back in the day they actually ran these as manned couplers, or manned helpers. English is hard. Yep, don't do that. Don't do that. Oh. It helps if you put it in gear, dummy. I was wondering, I was like, these should be loading. It's like, I got no loading. Too busy looking at the top of the screen, not looking at the amp gauge. Alright, there's the red. Give it a second, let's make sure that the other units are doing it. We'll start easing off. And if we're lucky... If we're lucky, I haven't heard the beep yet. There it goes. Alright, rear's moving. Off now. The reason why I'm letting the brakes drag like that is because it takes time for the signal to get back to the DPUs, and if they're not moving and I dump all the air, then the lead unit is pulling all of it. We'll let everything get rolling good, and then we'll start notching back up again. What are we on? This is 2.2%. Yeah, I don't know if you see it, but you see that really dark blue start creeping in. Like every time the lead unit notches up, you get a little bit of dark blue back here. And that's where the lead engines are pulling away, and the mids haven't gotten the signal to notch up yet. Now the rears are waiting. would have been too easy if we could have made it all the way off the mountain without one of them hitting us. Like I said, I was very tempted to just go back there and correct it without stopping. It's like, we'll do it the right way. That way we can show the boss and say, see, this is why we don't stop for dragging equipment. Alright, she's settled in, so back to the regularly scheduled programming. Now, if that had been a steam locomotive, forget about it. We'd have been... If somebody would have been walking to the wayside phone and saying, hey, send a helper, there ain't no way we could have got it started. Did I pass the stop sign? Oh, I know what happened. I know what happened. I forgot when you do that, you gotta retone auto. We ain't gonna make this mistake again. 54, 3 miles. Yep, sorry. He's got to go away, so we're not going to have a meet with bar pass. I ain't waiting. There you got it. Yeah, that would have been... We'd have been waiting for about 30 minutes. And that's just not happening. Because he would have been going... I mean, he's restricted to 23. He would have had to go 3 miles. It would have been a good 20 minutes. I'm just not doing that. Let's see, that's the... In all the trains that I've run in Run 8, that's only the second time that I have split a train in half on accident. The first one was on Roseville. It was a train that I built out of Roseville Yard going towards Sparks, and I think it was Norden, whichever one it is, top of grade. I misjudged going over the top, and I had too much going down. I should have went a little bit further before I started putting dynamics on, and it split on me right in the middle. But that's one of those where it's like a pencil point. I mean, it's straight up and then straight down. There's like no forgiveness in it. It's like as soon as you go up, you're going right back down the same on the other side. And you really have to wait until you've got more than half of the train over the grade before you start putting dynamics on, especially if you've got mid units. And I didn't wait long enough. And in that one, trying to keep it stretched, coming to a stop, so that way that the slack didn't run out and snatch it when we started. I just probably had just a little bit too much power on the head end. But that is the benefits of diesel electric locomotives, is they can start more than they can pull. See how much more we've got to climb. Tapacucci loops. One thing that I didn't point out was, this is if you hadn't figured it out, the cab that's in here, this is also a mod. Somebody redid the control stand. You can see the seat texture is a little bit different. And I think the actual paint in here is a little different. I see something. It's not dark enough. But you see here the duty time for these 60 minutes, 30 minutes, 15, and 5. But when you get into your red zone, these numbers correlate with how long you can stay in that before you have to let the engine cool. There's actually a plate right here that says the same thing. One of the locomotives, or one of the mods that I had, you could actually read that plate. And I can't remember them off the top of my head, but basically these are minutes. So you can run 60 minutes here, 30 there, 15 here, and if you peg it, you can only do it for about 5. And that's to keep your main generators and your traction motors from delaminating. Or potentially flashing, which would be about the same thing. See the bottom of our train here in a second. There's our butt. Everybody wave to our butt. Our mid units. This is the one thing that we didn't get to see where I was. We didn't have a loop. I've actually never had a chance to get up to Old Fort and see the loops up there, but it's I remember the first time I went over this thing in Run 8. This is way back before they had AI trains, and I didn't even think about where I was, and I think I was going downhill, and I was going down, coming down the hill, and I got around to the other side, and I see this train moving up ahead of me, and I was like, "What?" I was like, "Did they add AI and they didn't tell us? They didn't say anything?" And I was like, "Oh, that's my train." Cross us over a cable. That's interesting. Not sure why, but whatever. Like I was saying earlier, if you can make it through that spot in between Caliente and Bealville, you can get this train over. But you know, I made the mistake of trying to stop. If I'd have just notched down another notch or so, I probably would have been all right. I was trying to keep it stretched out. But this train going up, If you're going uphill one way, it's fine. When we get over to Summit, it gets a little tricky. Because we've got to wait until so much of the train gets downhill. And Summit's a little bit more forgiving because it's not straight up and down. It kind of flattens out for a little bit and then it kind of rolls off. But this train here, it's basically you put it in notch 8 and you just let it go and you sit here and grit and bear it running 18 mile an hour. The thing that you should imagine is running this thing back in the day before they had cab air conditioners, but it doesn't look like this has got one. I didn't mean to hit that button. I don't think these units had cab air conditioners. No, it had one. That one don't. That one don't. Those have cab air conditioners. Tunnel motors do. Try running this thing 18 mile an hour through the desert when it is, what is the temperature out there now? It's 81 degrees. It was 96 or 91 when we started earlier. So you're running through the Mojave in the middle of the summer in these units running wide open, 18 miles an hour, windows open, trying to get air. And these cabs get hot. Well, these maybe not so much. They have a little bit more insulation. But the older units, they had fans. There was radiators back here behind the cab wall, and then you had fans right here up on the back head. And then there were perforations in the roof, which it looks like these still have them. But that was your heat. You had these little squirrel cage fans, and they blew. There was like a heater core back here that blew the air up into the roof, and then it came down here. And man, they would get hot during the summertime. And then down here, you've got the sidewall heaters, and then that's a heater right there in front of you. This is a hot water heater too. This kind of replaced the ones that used to be here. But I'm trying to think if I've even been on a unit where these actually work. 9 times out of 10, what happens is the pipes rot because they run water in them. And railroads being railroads and trying to be cheap, they don't put the conditioner in the water. And antifreeze is expensive, and antifreeze is also hard to seal. And if it gets into your crankcase oil, it trashes your bearings. So what happens is they would run water in these, especially if you're in a place where it's not going to freeze. The water's corrosive, it rots the pipes, and then usually these things don't even work. Nice thing about these sidewall heaters is you tend to forget when they're on, and that grate right there, it's perfect for setting your boot down on top of, and then a few minutes later you start smelling burned rubber, and then you've trashed the bottom of your boots because you forgot to turn things on, or what used to happen to us, the heater switch was usually up here. There it is right there, auxiliary sidewall heater. So that's the switch that runs that guy. And what would happen is somebody would get on the unit, and depending on the unit, the headlight switch might be up here. So they get on here and they're like, okay, I'm going to turn the headlight switch on. Oh, why is the headlight not on? Oh, that's the sidewall heater. Well, then they come over here and they turn this one on. They forget they left that one on. So, you know, you're running along. It starts getting hot in the cab because somebody forgot that they left the heater on. That's his normal heater. He's got a heater just like what's over there. What did they put, if they even put it over here? I'm curious where his sidewall heater switch is. I don't see it. I don't even see the emergency valve. Oh, there it is right there. Okay. So I've seen the conductor side, fireman side, whatever you want to call it. I've seen it in various places. Sometimes some of them are over here, some of them are on the back of the control stand, some of them are up here. It varies. I don't see anywhere where they put it. I have seen them up here before. I don't see one. I've seen them on the back wall. Not there. If you really wanted to be cruel, you could put it over here on this side of the control stand. And if you had somebody that you didn't particularly like, you know, in the middle of summer, you just kind of flip that switch on. And once they're over there dancing around in their seat, you say, oh, I forgot. My bad. I've got a video that I need to put up of up in Western Maryland, up around Woodcock Hollow, where you can see how much that railroad climbs up. It's about as steep as this. It's not quite 2%, but it's not far off from some places. That railroad will test your nerves for sure. almost scared to get leaned back in my seat and get comfortable because the last time I did that, I got hit by the defect detector. I think I'm gonna roll the dice again. We should be coming up to a defect detector shortly. I think it's right there at K. Guess I should probably look at the dispatcher screen. Make sure nothing alerter. Nothing's bound up here. Camera's moving. More still got room. Needles. Still moving. Well, how about that? I saw the sign for 35. Right up ahead of us. It's either 35 or 30. We should be getting a speed increase. There's a dip somewhere up here, and then it starts back up again to summit. I think that was the sign that I saw. defect detector shouldn't be far beyond that. Nope, that was a signal. But there is a speed change up here somewhere. We're not terribly far from it. Right there before the hatch would be control point. We ain't far from it. So just imagine having to do this, probably not every day, but having to do it a couple times a week. Make this run up the hill with this load behind you. Probably paid well. It's probably one of the higher paying jobs on the road. But yeah, just imagine having to do this a couple times a week. It would get old. In case you're wondering, I use two different reshades. One's for daytime running, one's for nighttime running. The nighttime one makes the, for one, it makes the headlight pop a little more. It's a little bit easier to see. It illuminates more around it. It also does this kind of haze effect, like right now. The bloom from the sunset and all, it kind of throws this haze out in the distance, kind of like the dew is falling. I kind of like this one. But if you've watched the night videos that I've done, where it has a auto aperture on it, so when a headlight comes into view, it does this. It dims it a little bit, and then it'll brighten everything back up. I kind of like it. And if you were curious, this is the muted tones without it, and this is with it on. Like that cloud up there, you see how dull that cloud is and how much it pops whenever you put that on. Reshade can make up for a lot of the deficiencies that I say deficiencies, I'm not trying to dog it. This is an older game, but it makes up for a lot of the kind of the shortcomings of the graphics in this game. The trade-off is like running 56. If I take it off, I can go to 60. You sacrifice just a little bit of FPS for it, but it makes it worth it. I mean, because you run through the desert like this, it's just so dull. At least whenever the sunset comes up, it's something a little bit prettier to look at. Something else that's different about the lights on this, if they have it modeled, I haven't been able to notice it. These units have the Mars light on them for the oscillating headlight. The light from Mars, as it's called. It doesn't simulate that. If it does, I haven't been able to see it. I don't see the oscillation out on the terrain. That might be something that they just can't do. I mean, if you look at the unit head on, you can clearly see that the headlight's oscillating, but I don't think that it's doing it on the ground. Either that or the lower headlight is drowning it out. But you kind of get an idea for why ditch lights were preferred. So if you look down here in the lower corners how these dark spots are, ditch lights would light that up. And nobody wants to see ditch lights on steam locomotives, and my argument has always been, well, you've clearly never run one at night because you can barely see with the headlight. You got that long boiler out in front of you, if it's a bigger engine especially, and depending on where it's mounted, if it's mounted up on top of the smoke box, you might be able to angle it down enough to where you can see all the way across the track. But if it's like ours was mounted on the front pilot, so it would swing with the front engine, and you could get that, but when you're going around like a left-hand curve and you're the engineer, you lose your light. And then the same thing, it propagated out enough. I adjusted it some more and got it to where it needed to be. But you still lost a lot on the sides, and even smoke box mounted headlights, you still lose a lot of the front of the locomotive. But yeah, you're looking down this barrel, you can already barely see anything ahead of you, and then your headlight is shining way out in front of you, and you've got this dark zone in front of your locomotive where you can't see anything, and that's where ditch lights come in. But oh my God, put ditch lights on a locomotive and rail fans lose their mind. You ruined my childhood. It's like Star Wars, the prequels all over again. Literally saw somebody, I don't even remember what the post was, but this guy was talking about engines being painted differently, and he compared it to Corvettes, and he's like, if I put something off of a different different year Corvette, I'd get lynched, and it's like, well, that's a Corvette, it's not a steam locomotive, for one. And it's like, at the end of the day, it's your Corvette, and if it really doesn't matter what somebody else's opinion of it is, it's your Corvette, so, you know, whatever. That's how I look at our steam locomotive. It's like, well, it's our steam locomotive, and we're the ones paying for it, and if I want to paint the thing pink, then I'm going to paint it pink. If I want it to have a 32 volt sealed beam headlight, then it's going to have a 32 volt sealed beam headlight, because that, going back to the discussion from earlier, that's something else that's becoming unobtainium, is these 32 volt incandescent bulbs that we were using for the headlights. You can't get them anymore. The company that was making them went out of business. And that was a big thing. I think Durango and Silverton was heading it up, where they did this mass order of headlight bulbs. And pretty much once those are gone, that's going to be it. So everybody's going to have to start looking for what they can use them for. And we had talked, we've gotten the adapter plates to convert from the incandescent to the seal beam. It would have been a dual seal beam headlight, which was not unheard of. 1304 actually had one. But yeah, I actually wanted to do it. I wanted to put the dual seal beams up there. That way it was done. They're standard. Still make the things, because locomotives all over the place running. And they're easier to see. And that's what people don't get. They're like, well, it doesn't look right. And it's like, well, I don't care if it looks right. It's safer to run it with them. You know, that's the argument with the ditch lights. Foamers and rail fans, they scream bloody murder about ditch lights. They're like, you can't put them on that, it doesn't look right, steam locomotives aren't supposed to have ditch lights. And I'm like, go run that thing at night. You go run that thing at night at speed around curves and have something jump out in front of you, and you come back and you look me square in the eye and you tell me that it shouldn't have a ditch light on it. You know, I'm all for historical accuracy, but at the same time, it's like, you got to give a little bit. You know, there's some times where you've really got to kind of throw the historical accuracy out the window, and you have to do what is safe. I mean, because I've run through the woods in the middle of the night. We had a smoke box mounted headlight. We had it aimed down, but like I said, there's this black void in front of you. You can't see anything. And when you go around a curve, it's even worse. So you're heavily relying on your firemen to see around for you. It's just, a lot of stuff can happen. We've been going through the woods in the middle of the night, and there's a tree down in front of us, and we don't see it until we're right on top of it. And it looks like we are off the grade. We're about to go through Summit. It should, if I'm not mistaken, it should be right up here past this switch. Yeah, see the top of the grade right there. So the nice part is that now we can run track speed. I mean, we were running track speed before, but now we've got the fast track speed. And we got a Fulmer cop over here on the right. Alright, so where that sign is over on the right hand side, that should be the top grade. Mark it right there. And if I'm not mistaken, about right here where the overpass is, that should be where we start back down. Till we get not quite half the train up on the flat to start backing down. That's good enough. And because I don't have an accelerometer, I'm just kind of having to eyeball it off of the speedometer to see how fast we're gaining. Lovely, here's our defect detector. It can stop me now for all I care, we're off the grade.
ST detector, milepost 363.8 on track 2.
Just about be down the hill. Alright, dynamics.
ST detector, milepost 363.8 on track 2. No defect. No.
It's a miracle.
Total axle 540. Temperature 7 degrees.
Shake hands with danger. That van about bought it. Now this is where it would be nice to have one of the, either a rail driver or sim hogger. Because you can slide the dynamics back and forth instead of sitting here having to hit buttons. And yes, I'm getting a little bit fast. But I might pull the dynamics off before we're off the grade. Our 2-mile warning. Coming up grade, so we're not the brakes off. Go ahead and throw the dynamics out. This is going to be kind of short-lived, because we are going to turn down a little bit more once we get to where we're at. Once we get on the other side of Cameron. There's some residual drag I've noticed in Run 8 when you have dynamics just in setup. You do get just a little bit of drag off of them. That's why I took it out of setup. I'm just letting it roll to meet the 40. And you can kind of see it, the way that signal up there is downhill. We're getting ready to turn down again. Now I can throw it back in. And I'm going to go ahead and get it going so that way the slack will run up to me. Yep, I hear some accordion going on back there. A little bit of propagation, not bad. Go ahead and get it on, slowing down. Our 2-mile warning for the 35. There's the 40, and I'm already setting up for the 35 because on this high grade, I've said it before, you get this heavy train moving fast, and it's really hard to get it slowed down. So I'm about 2 miles ahead of myself. But I also know that this grade's going to turn down some more. We're going to get up to about 2%. Also got that 30 coming. I think that was a whizzing post. What I would really like is to find a captain's chair out of a locomotive and make that my office chair, because those are some of the best chairs to sit in. They're made for sitting in for long periods of time. It's off now. So that does turn on these things. That's the other thing that I like about this reshade. See how dark it makes everything in here? It's good if you want to keep your night vision. Otherwise it would look kind of like that. But it's still kind of dark in here. This makes it just a little bit darker. Almost Mojave. So 3 miles away. That's more. Yeah, there's 25 more. Brunch. I don't know if you can hear that slack action or not. Oh great, it's raining. Perfect. At least I'm off the grade. I don't think I've ever, well, I know I've never taken this train up the grade when it's raining. That would be interesting. 3 miles away. Shot up in a hurry on me. Actually, I think we might be sliding. I'll tell you here in a second. I don't remember if Run 8 models that or not. Looking at the playback to see if I can see where it shot up. Oh yeah, it started climbing. Let's transition again. I feel like I was looking at the speedometer, but I might have been looking at the wrong number. Slower coming through here. it like 23, and it's like seven's not quite enough, and then eight's too much, and then now the grade's starting to ease off a little bit.
ST detector, milepost 377.0 on track 2.
I think that's a crossing.
detector, milepost 377.0 on track 2, no defect, no defect. Total axle 54021 miles per hour. Temperature 79 degrees.
Yep, that's another one we made it through without a problem. Looks like I can just see the town of Mojave off in the distance there. So we're about to be able to get out of the doldrums here at the 25 mile per hour. Cut off to go to Trona. Here we are in Mojave Yard. should have us line through. He does. Bless his heart. Everything in yard limits. That's the end of the yard limits. I think we need to hold on to 45. The 70's not for us. Just put it right there. Can't remember if it's 40 through here or if it's 55. setup off so it doesn't have any residual drag. This is kind of what you would call a neutral train. The times that I've been on a train that's done this, it's actually kind of scary. Because it's like you get this really weird feeling. Like, you get so used to a train feeling one way or another, and then it's just like, you're just kind of floating there. It's a very weird feeling. It's kind of unsettling. We're going down a 0.5% grade, and it's pretty much holding speed. It's fairly neutral. I'm just giving it some brake just to keep it under control. I don't want to keep going back and forth in dynamics. That's a good way to get the slack running back and forth. At least this way it's going one direction. I don't want to do it for very long though. Yep, I heard the slack. Let's knock it off. You get a train that's neutral like that, what I mean is it's the slack action is not, it's not one way or the other. The knuckles are kind of floating there in between each other. And you have to be kind of careful, because if you go too much in one, either in brake or not so much in brake, but if you go too much into power, you can snatch everything all at once, unintentionally.
SC detector, milepost 387.3, temperature 78 degrees.
You should be able to feel the weight behind you kind of pulling on you. If you don't, then you're either going to feel the weight pulling you or you're going to feel the weight pushing you. If you don't feel it in between, that means the couplers are floating in themselves. And that's when trains break. Back in the old days, they used to, especially when they were running air, it was like you always left the throttle in notch 1. You always kept just a little bit of power on it to keep the train stretched out. One of the reasons why I've got the window open here just a little bit so I can hear the slack action in my headset.
ST detector, milepost 391.1, temperature 78 degrees.
Must have popped up.
detector, milepost 396.1.
Grab a drink.
ST detector, milepost 396.1. No defect. No defect. Total axle 54047 miles per hour. Temperature 77 degrees.
Not too bad, trying to get this train across the desert. Yeah, I wish I was in bed. It's 12 o'clock here. Let's see how far I can get this thing. Actually, not tires, just hot in this room. Turn the little window unit that's in here off. And, without it on and this computer running, it gets hot. This train is...
S2 detector, milepost 402.1, temperature 77 degrees.
There are 114 cars. And this one's set up in a configuration of 5 by 6 by 3. This is the Southern Pacific oil cans. Kind of a relatively well-known train from the 80s and 90s. Somewhat difficult to run. It's 15,000 tons. Roughest part is getting it over. I think it's called Bear Mountain, the big mountain between Bakersfield and Mojave. If you can get it over that, you can pretty much make it the rest of the way without too much trouble. I haven't watched monster trucks in I don't know how long. I've never heard of tailgater. Gravedigger is kind of the famous one around here because he's from it's either Kitty Hawk or Kill Devil Hills. I might look it up. Like I said, I haven't kept up with monster trucks in forever. Every now and then they come to Raleigh up at Dorton Arena. It's usually a big show. Well, it used to be Dorton Arena. I think it's the RBC Center now. Alright, I'll keep an eye out for it. So I should probably do this while I'm thinking about it. Let's see if auto has caused a traffic. Amazingly, it has not. Yeah, I don't doubt that. I actually, there was one Cybertruck in my hometown, which is kind of odd. And I think it was about a month ago, another one showed up. And the question I had was, I don't know where these people are working that they can afford to get a Cybertruck, let alone two of them here in town. Yeah, I just looked up a picture of that. That is a wild looking truck. But somehow or another it kind of fits it.
ST detector, milepost 412.0.
Like a piece of the body or something they broke off of while they were doing a flip or something.
ST detector, milepost 412.0. No defect. No defect. Total axle 54027 miles per hour. Temperature 76 degrees.
Oh, nice. Right next to the motel, so I gotta make sure that I blow it nice and long to wake them all up. Oh, appreciate it. Don't very often live stream, but when I do, I try and make the most of it. Diverging approach. Or, I'm sorry, diverging clear. That's good enough for me. Yeah, I've heard of Bigfoot. he had retired, where they're on like the 7th or 8th version of it. Dan was the original one, wasn't he? I remember seeing something about... I started seeing videos about Bigfoot like a couple weeks ago. He was like the one that used to walk up the tires and lay on it when it was in low gear. Like just driving, or was he doing stunts with it? Oh, that sucks. It's like one of the main reasons why I never got a motorcycle. It's just people are stupid. They barely pay attention to other cars that are on the road, and you throw a motorcycle in there, and it's too many close calls. Say yes, but it's been so long since I've watched anything like that. like a grade crossing accident.
And there's nothing wrong with that.
And I remember way back when Dale Earnhardt got killed at Daytona. I mean, he was like a folk hero here, and there were a lot of people you don't realize. People like that didn't even keep up with racing that were affected whenever he passed away. they would go ahead and do it, but they'll do like some kind of memorial thing for them after the fact. That's like when I was talking about when Earnhardt died. They did a big thing for him at Rockingham the next weekend.
431.1. ST detected, milepost 431.1. No defect. No defect. Total axle 54040 miles per hour. Temperature 74 degrees.
worries. Have a good night.
446.6. Detector, milepost 446.6. Stop the train. Stop the train. Landing again. Asphalt 254. Total asphalt 540. Temperature 73.
Well, you heard the nice lady. We got dragging equipment on 254. So, this is actually good timing because I need to stop for a minute anyway. Need to go get the dog some food and grab me another drink. Let it slow down on its own. Keep an eye on this. Got a brake dragging on one of my locomotives too, it looks like. There it goes, it bailed off. Gotta hold these things forever. I'm just gonna let it slow down on a minimum service. We'll start getting just a little bit of independent just to kind of arrest the slack. I don't want to go into notch 1. We're on a little bit of a hill. Let's go ahead and stop everything. That should hold it all right where it's at. Alright. Let's go find a defect, shall we? think it said 250 something. Whoop, just passed it. There it is right there. That almost looks like a smoked brake. Nope, it's dragging equipment. Alright, well while we're here, let's go back and just see if there's anything. Make sure there's nothing else back here that's smoking. Particularly that locomotive. This is a trail. Make sure the brakes aren't smoking. Okay. Alright, so I'm gonna step away for a minute while we're stopped. And I will be right back in about 2 or 3 minutes. Shouldn't take me long. Okay. Dog has been made happy, and I got myself a drink, and got a couple of other things taken care of, and let's get this thing rolling again. Let me check and make sure Auto didn't take my routing. He didn't.
ST detector, milepost 457.9. ST detector, milepost 457.9. No defect. No defect. Total axle 54027 miles per hour. Temperature 71 degrees.
DNSF detector. Milepost 5846, track 2, no defect. Repeat, no defect. Total axle 428T16, temperature 71 degrees. Detector out. DNSF detector. Milepost 5345, track 1, temperature 70 degrees. GNSS detector. Milepost 66.5, track to temperature 68 degrees.
ST detector, milepost 486.8.
I pretty much know how this detector is going to go. We're going to get popped for hot boxes. I'm already going ahead and slowing down. I kind of know it's going to happen. We might be able to get the brakes to cool off, but I don't know why. I cannot get these mid units to bail off now for some reason. What I'm hoping will happen is if I can slow down enough and just kind of creep along here and just let them cool off. They're still smoking. And I was trying to see if there was a way to cut out the independent on these, but I don't think there is. But yeah, I don't have any sort of... no failures. Just for whatever reason, the lead unit won't bail off the independent whenever I do a set, and that's why when I was coming down the hill I was releasing them and setting them. Part of it was because I wanted a soft set, and part of it was because I was trying to let those brakes cool down. So we're just going to kind of creep along here. We're going to get hit with it. I'm just going to let it roll. I know what the problem is, and it's not really anything I can do about it other than let them cool off, and right now we're 100% on dynamics, so we'll just let them creep. We're about 5 miles from the other side of Slover, and not a whole lot. We don't have a whole lot further to go. I'm gonna tie this down at the crew change point in West Colton, and then tomorrow probably take it the rest of the way into LA. Start getting the speed back up.
ST detector, milepost 486.8. No defect. No defect. Total axle 54023 miles per hour. Temperature 70 degrees.
We got lucky on that one. Where they at? Yep, they cooled off, so we got lucky on that one. Let's see. I gotta remember where this crew change point is. Where's the... Right here. Here it is, right here. Right here where the vehicles are parked. That's where we're going to tie down for the night. Because from here, it's another... What is that? I think it's another... It takes something like 2.5, 3 more hours to get across the Alhambra. So, we're going to tie down in Colton for tonight. And I'll see if I have time to run it tomorrow. If not, I'll let the AI do it. Sounds like the slack has run out. There, the slack went out. Let it sit for a second. So let's see, what are we going to have to deal with tomorrow? We're going to meet several trains. Well, we're going to meet at least 2 once we get over here. Yeah, the rest of them are going west. Whatever reason, those units do not want to bail off, and I'm not going to pull any much harder than this, so... Alright, that, full service. And we have arrived at West Golden. The plan is to tie down here for the night, and then I'll save the world, and then tomorrow, if I have time, I'll do a stream that'll carry us all the way to I think this is going to send us, it should send us down the Alameda corridor. So that's it for tonight. 7 hours later. I think if you were to run this thing from Seiko all the way to Long Beach, it would take you right at 10 or 11 hours. You should be able to do it in one shift. But we had, let's see, we had the one, we got stopped twice for defects. Was it 3 times? We were going to get stopped a 3rd time. We got stopped twice for a defect, and then we busted a knuckle trying to stop for it. So that's it for tonight. I will hopefully see you.